first thing we need to do is elect a chair to the panel, please. I nominate Hazel. Thank you very much. I'm going to just outline the proposed format of the meeting. Firstly, we need to record any apologies for absence, but as we haven't got any, we've got Councillor Brake here as fourth member. I think you can you can be released. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry. Can we agree and sign the records of this meeting outside the meeting? Okay, thank you. Have we got any urgent matters or reasons of special circumstances for this meeting? I haven't received any. There aren't any. May I ask everybody about declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests and other significant interests? I personally don't have any. Does any member of the panel have any? No. And also, we have a second case this morning. Can I also ask if anybody has any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other significant interests for the second case of today? I personally don't have any. Councillor Byrne hasn't had any, and Councillor Scott doesn't have any. So thank you very much for attending, Councillor Brake. Thank you. We move on to the case of an application for the review of a premises licence for the Ship-In, Court Lodge Road, Gillingham, Medway. And as I understand it, what we're going to do now is just outline the sort of running order and the way things will work. The licensing officer will briefly outline the review application, and the applicant, responsible authority and our interested party will ask for the review speak. So in this case, it will be, I think it's PC Hunt. Yeah, thank you very much. And then we as the panel will ask the applicant, witnesses and other parties questions. And the licence holder responds to the review application at that stage. The applicant and other parties and responsible authorities and interested parties ask the licence holder questions, and the panel asks questions, and all parties are asked if they, at that stage I'll sort of allow everybody if they need to come back for one or two summing up, and then we do the decision making and reach our decision when everybody else leaves the room. Okay, thank you. If I could ask our licensing officer to briefly outline the review, please. Thanks, Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. On the 27th of November 2023, we received an application for review from Kent Police for the Ship-In, Court Lodge Road, Gillingham. The application is in relation to all four of the licensing objectives. The trigger incident for this review was on the 17th of November 2023 when a police visit was made. Details of this can be found at Appendix A. On the 18th of December 2023, we received an anonymous representation, which can be found at Appendix D. On the 3rd of January 2024, we received supplementary evidence from the Kent Police, which includes CCTV footage. On the 12th of January 2024, we received supplementary evidence from the licence holder, which does include an SIA door supervisor condition that has been agreed with the police. These both can be found in the supplementary agenda. A hearing has been arranged today for the licensing panel to make a decision on the outcome of the review application. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. PC Hunt, do you want to make any? Thank you.
So yeah, just obviously good morning to everybody. It's my intention to present as much information as possible within open session before going into a closed session towards the end of my submissions, and that would be just to discuss what I would call the trigger incident from the 17th of November in a little bit more detail, and just to show some CCTV footage, because that remains a live investigation.
Thank you for that clarification, PC Hunt.
So, I apologise. I always script my presentation. So if I get lost in my reading, it's because I've lost where I am. So the designated premises supervisor is Nathaniel Regan Welsh, and the premises licence holder in this case is Punch Taverns Limited, or Punch Taverns Partnership Limited. Sorry if I've got that wrong. So the pub is located on Court Lodge Road in Gillingham, which is residential street accessed from Grange Road. The pub is located at the end of the street at the dead end, with pedestrian access through to Pier Road. Pier Road is a dual carriageway that leads down towards the Strand Leisure Park and the Medway Tunnel. To the left of the pub, there are no neighbours, just Pier Road. To the right of the pub and directly in front of the pub are residential properties. So Court Lodge Road itself is made up mainly of terraced housing and the occasional block of flats or block of apartments. Just prior to the pub is a left turn into a road called Layfield Road, which again is also a residential street, mainly of terraced housing. So this premises first came to my team, police licensing team's attention back in 2020. As we've indicated, Chair, within the warning letter that we sent to Nathan dated the 23rd of September 2020. So just in relation to that, we visited on the 3rd of September that year, and we spoke to, is it okay if I call you Nathan as opposed to Nathaniel, because I know you as Nathan, and I've written Nathan. So we first spoke to Nathan on the 3rd of September that year regarding some concerns we had at the time around incidents of violence and disorder. So a decision had already been made by the premises and by Nathan that they would be employing SIA door staff over the coming weeks to alleviate those problems and to sort of reset the venue. So during this visit, Nathan explained that since the easing of lockdown and the COVID-19 pandemic, that the premises had attracted a younger clientele base than previous, and that younger clientele base were causing issues. We attended again the following week to discuss those issues and further issues that had come to our attention, including a suggestion that the premises had held lock-ins. So admissions were made by Nathan that persons had been in the premises until as early as 4 o'clock in the morning. They were described to me as being friends of the DPS. They were described as non-paying customers, and any alcohol that had been provided was at the expense of the DPS. So it was likened to having friends around your home. At that time, the premises didn't have any CCTV, so we were unable to confirm that account and had to take it as given. The premises at that point had hoped to have CCTV installed within a couple of weeks. So advice was provided with regards to the persons, pub having persons in after hours. So a third visit was made to the premises on the 12th of September 2020, whereby I was handed a quantity of drugs seized by the SIA door staff over the 2 weekend period that they had been employed at the premises. In total, there were 14 deal bags of drugs containing pills and what we suspected to be cocaine. Finally, we had a meeting at the premises on the 25th of September, and that was with colleagues from Medway Council, police licensing, I believe the DPS and his partner were present. The area manager at the time for the pub was also present, just to discuss some issues. I believe that there was then another short period of pub closures due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And then whilst there were calls and incidents to the premises in 2021 and 2022, and indeed there were further licensing visits, they wasn't of concern, and it was only earlier this year, 2023, that the pub came back on our radar. So in February 2023, so I was going to say this year, but it's now last year, I attended the premises and I spoke with Nathan. So in general conversation, he explained that the premises now operates as a music pub. I recall at that time there was a band set up and waiting to play at the time of my visit. He'd stated that he'd set up a WhatsApp group between the locals and the neighbours, which was working well, and there was little complaints at that time with regards to noise. It all sounded very promising, very positive. So on the 14th of July, 2023, my colleague PC Smuts and I, we attended the premises and we spoke with Nathan due to a complaint received from a local resident. And that was a very general complaint with regards to noise, antisocial behaviour, and again, an allegation of lock-ins. Nathan seemed surprised to hear of those complaints because he felt he had a good relationship with the local residents. He denied having any lock-ins. He referred to the previous occasions whereby he would allow friends to stay after hours, but explained that those days are long gone. He stated that he now works separate jobs away from the pub, meaning that he would have to leave home sometimes as early as 5 in the morning, and also explained that his partner and himself had childcare because of children. So the days of staying late in the bar after closing were a thing of the past. He stated that his CCTV would always be made available to us to refute any such allegations of lock-ins, or if we wanted to see incidents of any footage of any alleged incidents. Again, in general conversation, Nathan suggested that some of the general ASB reported outside could be attributed to members of the public using the cut-through from Pier Road as opposed to being his customers. So on the 26th of August 2023, I was at work in the evening. I received a complaint of excessive music noise coming from the premises. Now, I appreciate, Chair, that I'm not a noise expert by any means. That would obviously be the local authority environmental health team. But nonetheless, I was on duty and I attended the premises at what would have been around 7 o'clock in the evening. I can confirm that a band was performing in the beer garden. It was very loud, and I fully appreciated how such noise could likely be affecting both the complainant and possibly other residents in the immediate vicinity of the pub. I recorded some footage on my mobile phone. I only have my mobile phone to hand, just so that I could evidence how loud the music was, and I did so at various points, distances from the premises as I went down the road. I reported that back to the environmental health team at the council. Like I say, they're the experts and it sits with them. And I will play that footage towards the end of my submissions. In the afternoon of the 4th of October, PC Smuts and I again attended the pub, and that was in response to further complaints of disturbances and again a further suggestion of lock-ins. In the absence of Nathaniel, who I believe was working at his other job, we spoke to his partner. We discussed incidents that were said to have occurred on the 23rd and the 26th of September and discussed the further suggestion of lock-ins. The suggestion of lock-in activity was denied, as it had been when I'd attended a couple of months earlier. That was until we asked to see some CCTV, and it wasn't until the review of that CCTV, which confirmed after hours activity had taken place, that admissions were then made to that effect. A request was made by me that the premises provide CCTV regarding that after hours activity. So we'd requested CCTV from the early hours of Sunday the 24th of September and Thursday the 28th of September. Obviously, despite being promised to be provided with a copy of that CCTV, despite numerous chase-ups in the weeks that followed, be that on telephone, via email, or indeed in person at the pub, the CCTV wasn't provided, with no real explanation as to why. We assume, therefore, that it would simply be because it showed wrongdoing on behalf of the premises. So we assumed that that would be the reason why we wasn't provided it. This matter was dealt with by way of another warning letter, which was hand-delivered to the premises, and a copy of which was forwarded to the registered address of the premises licence holder. Kent Police had no response from the licence holder with regards to that letter. So our next visit to the premises was the trigger incident, and that's the incident that occurred on the 17th of November. So this visit relates to a police operation that we conducted that evening. It was an operation in Medway whereby we attended several licensed premises conducting a walkthrough with a passive drugs dog. The intention being that several officers enter the pub and those officers take up key positions inside the pub. A passive drugs dog and its handler then conduct a walkthrough of the premises, and should the grounds arise, any person suspected to be in possession of drugs could then be searched and potentially arrested. Such operations have been commonplace across our division for many years and are conducted in such a way so as to cause minimum disruption to the venue and to the venue and its customers. It's very often the case that these visits only last a few minutes in each pub. They are very often well received by the public and normally only negatively affect those that are involved in drug possession or supply. So it, in short, Chair, only really affects the bad guys. This visit from the 17th of November resulted in multiple arrests, for which I will provide greater detail in closed session shortly. That's because, as I said, it remains a live investigation. Due to the events of the 17th of November and the way that incident panned out, I was unable to swap the toilets for drugs as I would ordinarily do so when engaged in such operations. So because of this, I returned to the premises on the 24th of November, whereby I conducted some drug swabbing. Iron trap drug swabs were taken at the bar, at the pool table, and in the male toilets, the results of which are as per PC Smut's statement, which I believe you've all received. In the toilets, I also used a different type of swab, a simple cocaine wipe, which is coloured pink, and it turns blue when it touches cocaine. So the male toilet did show some trace of cocaine, with a seemingly stronger indication in the female toilets, and that was particularly on the white wooden shelving unit near the sinks. Further drug swabbing was conducted during a meeting with the premises and the legal representative on the 20th of December. Again, iron trap drug swabbing were taken as evidence within PC Smut's statement. Just to give you a guide regarding those results, any reading over 2 would indicate the presence of drugs. So the iron trap machine can detect various types of drugs. Readings from both the 17th and the 24th of November showed the following. So in the male toilets on the 17th of November was 3.96, so over 2. And again on the 24th of November was 2.73, and that was both for cocaine. The bar on my first swabbing was 2.22, but it indicated 0 on the second occasion that we did some swabs. And the pool table was 1.28, and on the second occasion was 2.02, and that was again for cocaine. Just to give you an idea, Chair, just in case you wonder what the 2 swabs were. So this is what I would call an iron trap swab. So it's a piece of paper. So if I was swabbing this, if this was the bar, he would get a quick swab, and then back at the police station, that would go into a machine, and that machine would analyse what's on the sample. That one's the one that tests for various different types of drugs, not just cocaine. These ones, just to give you an idea, these are the cocaine wipes. They don't give you an accurate reading, but they do give you an idea as to the presence of cocaine. So you'll see they're pink, just like a pink baby wipe. And when you rub a surface, hopefully it doesn't turn blue, but when you rub a surface, if there was cocaine there, it would turn blue. They're the two different types of swabs. I just wanted to show you just for reference. So moving on, the CCTV system was seized by the police on the 17th of November. This was in part due to a lack of trust due to the premises and the DPS inability to provide the CCTV previously. A review of that CCTV system has taken place. It has been impracticable to review every day on the footage because there's a good couple of months worth of CCTV footage. So we've checked key dates and weekends, but haven't been able to do every single day. What is evident from the review is that the majority of those arrested on the 17th of November would appear to be regular customers, including one that is underage. CCTV would suggest that these customers are friends of or are friendly with the DPS and his staff. The CCTV review shows multiple occasions whereby the premises have conducted after-hours activity, selling alcohol after hours, and this is despite assurances that such practices have stopped, or assurances that such practices have only taken place where no payment has been made for alcohol. CCTV shows the premises is regularly attended by the person that's aged under 18. She regularly attends and is allowed to purchase alcohol. CCTV shows vaping inside the premises, shows smoking inside the premises, shows customers leaning across the bar and helping themselves to drinks from the beer taps. In general, the CCTV appears to substantiate the types of complaints that the police have been receiving. Finally, the CCTV would suggest signs to support drug activity, which combined with the events from the 17th of November and combined with the drug swabs and the results, suggest that there may be an issue at the premises with regards to drug use. So the decision, Chair, to call for this review wasn't one that we took lightly. It's fair to say that police licensing have always considered there to have been a good relationship with this premises, and I hope that continues. Over the past few years, we found the DPS and his partner to be both approachable and personable. We do fully appreciate and understand the impact that this process may have on the DPS and his family in the longer term. But having considered all of the above, it was felt suitable and appropriate to call for this review to ensure that the promotion of the licence and objectives. You will note, Chair, that we do not seek revocation. We do not seek revocation of the licence. But we did suggest within our application some possible steps or conditions that we would ask for you to consider. Some conditions suggested are commonplace within the licensing world and are practices that are undertaken by many responsible operators. Others are suggestions that are likely to have a greater impact on the premises, but were suggested specifically to target and alleviate police concerns. And they included, so on our application, Chair, we asked for the limiting the permitted number of music events during a given period. That would enable the premises to continue to offer a music service and keep that revenue stream going, but would afford the immediate residents and neighbours some respite from music events taking place every single weekend. We also asked for, suggested a reduction in licensed hours, and that would be to negate the ASB and nuisance associated to the premises affecting the residents at closing. We asked for SIA door supervisors to assist with the suspected drug issues at the venue, and to assist at events and functions. Clearly, the seizure of the 14 bags of drugs in the 2-weekend period by the SIA back in 2020 shows how effective the SIA can be when it comes to preventing drug use. We also asked for removal of the DPS. So, since submitting the application, Chair, negotiations have taken place between the police and premises representatives, and we are very grateful for that, for communication and for the effort that has gone into that process. Unfortunately, there has not been a complete agreement reached between the police and the premises on this occasion, so we are unable to come to you with a full agreement in place. The premises have agreed to several of our previously proposed conditions and have also offered a couple of conditions that we believe go some way to assisting in the promotion of the objectives. In recent days, as Katie explained, we have also agreed to an SIA door staff condition. And whilst it falls short of the originally proposed condition in my application, we would consider the agreed condition a compromise and a meeting in the middle, so to speak, so it's a condition that Kent Police fully support. Some areas whereby we are not in agreement would perhaps include the premises do not believe a reduction in hours is required. Now, whilst we requested this within our original application, on reflection, I suppose it's not so much that the authorised hours are an issue, more so the fact that the premises management have felt it not necessary to stick to those authorised hours. The premises do not believe that there should be limitations placed on the number of music events, and the premises wish to retain the services of the current management team and keep Nathan in the position of DPS. And I think that's the main sticking point, because at this point in time, Kent Police can't support that position. With regards to limitations being imposed on music events, it has been suggested to me by the premises that they are a live music venue, and it would be unfair to impose any restrictions, especially if it is just 1 or 2 persons that have complained. My response to that point would be that the premises has not always been a live music pub, and common sense would suggest its location on a widely residential street would make it far from ideal from the nearest residents, for the nearest residents. I can say with confidence that a regular complainant to Kent Police would certainly welcome some assistance or limitations. I do appreciate, as I explained earlier, that I do not claim to be a music expert. That sits, as I've said, with another agency. Whilst we do only have the one further representation other than Kent Police, it's from the anonymous member of the public, I would just urge that the panel read and give consideration to that anonymous representation, because it would appear that they are clearly affected by the premises. The premises are proposing to have a dedicated hotline number that can be provided to the residents, so that the residents can raise any concerns and contact the pub in the first instance. I do support that proposal, but I just wanted to point out that there are still inevitably always going to be complainants that will choose not to phone the pub for various reasons, including, I'd imagine, fear of reprisals or fear of perhaps being targeted. I'm nearly done on this part, I promise. So it's been suggested that the DPS, as part of that negotiation period, it's been suggested that the DPS will no longer be working additional jobs. So he won't be working away from the premises anymore. His sole job will be to concentrate on and focus on the pub moving forward. Whilst he's refocusing his attention on the running the pub is obviously welcomed, it is not a stance that we fully understand, because our understanding was that his working additional jobs would have been for some kind of financial support, suggesting therefore that the pub income alone would be insufficient to manage. How how would the DPS be able to manage with those reduced earnings? Could this mean, that we see even more music events in order to boost take-ins, which could in turn cause more disturbance to the residents? Could this perhaps lead to further increases in after-hours activity as a means to try and take additional trade and to make an extra money? I know they're all what-ifs and hypotheticals, but just food for thought. It would be now, Chair, that if I may, just a request to go into closed session. Like I say, that's so I can show you some CCTV and just discuss the trigger incident in more detail.
Can we move to closed session now, please? And then, oh, sorry. Well, we can close again for that. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, firstly, I don't have any questions for PC Hunt on his submission. And secondly, could I respectfully request a 5-minute toilet break? And just to get some water, because my mouth is quite dry. Is that
That's
okay?
fine. We'll
Is
do
that
the
right?
introductions afterwards.
Is that all right?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could have the introductions and any indications from you who may wish to ask questions. I know you haven't indicated that you want to.
No, thank you, Chair, and also appreciate having the 5-minute break, so thank you. My name is George Domleo. I'm from Flint Bishop Solicitors. I hope you're all keeping well, and I represent the premise licence holder, who is Punch Partnerships Pty Limited. Here with me I have Luke Cherrington, who is the Business Development Manager, i.e. essentially the area manager for this site, and he looks after the ship along with approximately 35 other sites in and around the area. I also have with me our client's tenant, and as you've heard, the designated premises supervisor, named on the licence, Nathaniel, and Nathaniel's partner, Charlotte, who they jointly run the ship in together. The plan, if I may, Chair, is I will do most of the talking, and then if I miss anything, or if the parties to the side wish to add anything at the end, they will come in, but that's my proposed course of action, if I may.
Thank you.
So, to provide you with some background, if I may please, councillors, Punch Partnerships Pty Limited, the premise licence holder in this matter, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Heineken UK. They have approximately 2,400 licensed premises in their estate across England, Scotland and Wales. Now, the ship was acquired by Heineken on or around March 2018. The premises has been let on a long-term tenancy to Nathaniel and Charlotte since 2016, with him having been the DPS since then. This is a traditional brewery agreement. Our client own the premises, they are the premise licence holder, and they sell the beer, subject to a normal tenancy and tie agreement. As I've said, there is a lease in place. Nathaniel and Charlotte's lease with our client is on a 5-year rolling lease, which currently has 3 years remaining. It's a legally binding agreement between our client as the brewery and the licence holder, and Nathaniel and Charlotte. Our client, Heineken UK, want to assist and support both Nathaniel and Charlotte to continue to operate the ship. As you've heard, as I've said, Nathaniel and Charlotte have operated the ship since 2016, some nearly 80 years, councillors. That length of that length of service at one particular premises is very unusual in the current hospitality sector. As you've heard, his partner Charlotte also works at the premises, and they live above the pub with their 6-year-old daughter Roxy. The ship is not just their livelihood, but it is also their home. From my first conversation with Nathaniel, he stated that he wants to be part of the solution, not part of the problem here. I don't know whether you're aware of the pub, councillors, but it is an estate pub for the local community. The pub has 2 pool teams, a darts team, and they sponsor a local football team in Raynham. Over the 8 years of them running the pub, they've spent approximately £50,000 of their own money, not Heineken's, on investing in the site, refurbishing and new equipment, which I think we can all agree is a significant sum of money. Nathaniel and Charlotte are local to the area. They've lived in the area all their lives. They know the community and the pub better than anybody. Charlotte grew up living at the Barge on Layfield Road, with her dad running that pub until it closed in 2016. At that point, Nathaniel and Charlotte moved to the ship. Since Nathaniel and Charlotte took over the running of the ship some nearly 8 years ago now, they have, until the occasion that we've spoken about, seems to be going well, promoting life's objectives. They've obviously got a good rapport with PC Hunt. I quote, he says, found DPS and Charlotte to be personable and approachable, which is what I was sure all parties in this room would want to hear, and that relationship between the authorities and the operators of the site. I can confirm, councillors, that from speaking with both Nathaniel and Charlotte, those individual customers that were involved with the altercation with the police on the evening of the 17th of November have all been barred indefinitely. I am pleased that we have come to an agreed position on most of the requests being sought by the police with their review application, and narrowed down the outstanding issues to in my view, is to the sole one. The only outstanding point, I would say, is for Nathaniel to remain as the designated premises supervisor. There are a couple of other points which PC Hunt has raised, which I understand are outstanding. That is reduction in licensed hours, although I would say, again, I quote PC Hunt, he says, on reflection, the authorised hours are not the problem. So my understanding from that is that the hours aren't an issue. And limiting the number of music events. Now, again, as PC Hunt has quite correctly stated, the noise team or the environmental health team, the local authority, are the experts in noise. They've not objected. They've not raised any concerns in terms of the music or the noise nuisance. If they had, then I'm sure they would have been here today. So I would say that in terms of limiting the number of music, that would be something for environmental health to raise, as they are the experts, and since they're not here, I would say the number of music events should not be limited. The points already agreed, as you've heard, are the inclusion of, I would say, appropriate and proportionate conditions to be placed onto the premise licence. These include CCTV, and as you've heard, that is now correctly time and date stamped, staff training, a drugs policy, instant log, door supervisors, a personal licence holder to be on site at all times sale of alcohol is taking place, Challenge 25 policy, and for contact details for the pub to be made available to the local residents upon request. From visiting the pub yesterday evening and meeting with Nathaniel and Charlotte, I can very much say it is a local community pub, and I think a point that Councillor Alcroft Scott made in terms of kind of the dispersal of customers and with the local residents, I think the majority of the local residents use the pub and frequent it and are very much in favour of Nathaniel and Charlotte remaining in position. The conditions which we have agreed with the police will promote the licence objectives. I would submit that, whilst at the same time allow the premises to continue to be operated by Nathaniel as a DPS. Up until this review, as you've heard, Nathaniel was working 3 jobs, including running the ship. He was working separate jobs away from the premises, leaving early each morning, and Charlotte was having to consider and deal with childcare for their 6-year-old daughter. These are not excuses, councillors, but Nathaniel wholeheartedly admits that that was a mistake and that he took his eye off the ball with the running of the ship. As you've heard, Nathaniel has now ceased the other 2 jobs, so his sole focus, or the family's sole focus, and only income stream is now the ship inn. You will have seen, councillors, and everybody here, from our additional evidence submitted, the work which Nathaniel and Charlotte have undertaken since this review was called for. We held a meeting on site with the police, along with Luke and a colleague from our officers, in December to discuss their concerns and the review. Nathaniel and Charlotte will be letter dropping to the residents in the nearby vicinity, a dedicated mobile number for the pub set up for the residents, and I think in my supplementary documents there's a picture of the actual notice which will be posted out, or letter dropped. Nathaniel's undertaken further training, which can only assist councillors, and this training will also be shared with other staff members. In an email from PC Hunt to myself last Friday, PC Hunt acknowledges the additional training undertaken by Nathaniel and to the practices put in place in the premises these past few weeks. I understand since this has all happened, there have been no further issues from the police's perspective with the premises. Indoor staff have been put in place, and I would say that if anything was going to potentially go wrong, it would be over the festive period. But it's good to know, obviously, with the door staff in place, with the closer monitoring, with Nathaniel's sole focus now on the premises, so far, so good, I would say, in that aspect. As you've heard, PC Hunt's position is that he's lost faith in Nathaniel as the DPS and wants the DPS to be a new individual, not currently linked to the premises, for not to be Nathaniel's partner Charlotte, nor any of the current bar staff. And I would add, councillor, if I may, that although it is outside the realms of licensing, our client, who is the licence holder, as I've already submitted, has a lease agreement in place with Nathaniel. And should you determine to remove Nathaniel from the premises altogether, he will still be the subject of the lease and liable to pay the remainder of the rent due, which amounts to £90,000. This will inevitably make him bankrupt and make the family homeless. We would therefore suggest that it would be a better solution for Nathaniel to remain as a DPS, which he has been since 2016, and for him to work with the responsible authorities, including the police, the local residents and the brewery, to restore the ship inn. This is the first time that these premises have been the subject of a review, councillors, and I would ask you to take that into consideration when arriving at your decision today. It comes down to, councillors, everybody deserves a second chance. Nathaniel will be happy to include as one of the terms, should you determine for him to remain as a DPS, to meet with PC Hunt or the authorities, whoever, on a monthly basis or as often as you see necessary. Nathaniel and Charlotte want to be a part of the solution here, councillors. And I'm nearly finished. I would like to draw your attention, if I may, to the section 182 of the Licence Act 2003 guidance and section 11, which deals with reviews, and in particular, paragraph 11.20. This states, in deciding which of these powers to invoke, It is expected that licensing authorities should, so far as possible, seek to establish the cause or causes of the concerns that the representations identify. The remedial action taken should generally be directed at these causes and should always be no more than an appropriate and proportionate response to address the causes of concern that instigated the review. I would submit, councillors, that it is not an appropriate and proportionate response to address the causes of concern to remove Nathaniel as the DPS for the reasons I have already outlined. I would submit that the appropriate and proportionate response is the inclusion of the already agreed conditions to be added to the premise licence, which includes the provision of door supervisors, and for all parties involved, including Nathaniel and Charlotte, to work in partnership. With Nathaniel remaining as the DPS, I see no reason why the ship can't be restored to a stable footing, which it was for many years prior to all of this. They've been there 8 years. This is a challenging estate pub, councillors. Nathaniel and Charlotte are from the area. They know the pub better than anyone. They now also know who the undesirables are, and they will continue to ban any individual who cannot behave and should any future issues arise. Not that I'm saying they will. And the inclusion of door supervisors on the premise licence is a proportionate step and will be of great assistance to Nathaniel and Charlotte for them to continue to run the premises and promote the licence objectives. And I made notes during PC Hunt's submission that obviously welcomes the inclusion of door staff, and on the occasion when door staff have been in place, it does act as a deterrent. As I've said, we'll make mistakes, councillors. Nathaniel and Charlotte want to be the solution here and not the problem. I would submit that given their long-standing history of running the premises, Nathaniel should be permitted to continue in his role as DPS. However, should any issues arise with Nathaniel's management of the premises in the future, I presume we'll be back here facing you and I expect to be given short shrift. Our client Heineken wished for Nathaniel to remain in situ at the Ship Inn and also support him to continue as the DPS named on the premise licence. And for these reasons, councillors, I would ask for you to share this view of Heineken in Nathaniel and Charlotte and determine for him to remain in his position of DPS. Thank you. If I may just add quickly, Councillor Holcroft-Scott, you asked PC Hunt about the mental health episode. It is the incident. I think hearing from Nathaniel about that, it would be able to probably answer your question, or you might be interested to hear from Nathaniel on that, if that's okay.
That's something I think Chair will ask. If I ask some questions, and that definitely was on my list of Nathaniel.
Do you want Nathaniel to start? Or?
Are you finished with your submission? Do you wish to ask the police any questions? The others? Okay. So, yeah. So now, if you've got any questions that the police, if you've got any questions that you want to ask to the representatives. Thank you, PC Pickett.
Good morning, Chair. It's just in relation to the meeting we had with the area manager, Luke, Nathaniel, and I think Charlotte was in the background, and one of your colleagues in December. There was mention in relation to having private events at the premises, and potentially the premises would let us know when these were occurring, so there could be no confusion between a private event perhaps going into unlicensed hours. I just wanted to clarify, is that still with the intention?
Absolutely, yes.
And so my question is in relation to just making sure that is communicated, because again there could be perception from, especially from police, what's gone on in the past, that this would go on and we wouldn't be aware. So I just want to make sure that's going to happen.
No, I completely understand that, and I think the way to solve that, and I know I've got the legal advisor here as well, would be to add a condition onto the licence which would stipulate something along the lines of when the premises are to have a private event. I'm talking out loud, shall we say? When the premises are to have a private, non-functioning under the licence, the police will be notified in advance, and I think that'd be something that quite happy to accept. Even I'd go as far as saying how many days in advance of it, because I appreciate what you. I'll speak candidly. What you don't want is the day before or on the night, or turning up the next day and say, well, you leisure was a lock-in, and we said, oh well, actually we'll notify you. We notified you yesterday. So I appreciate that there's got to be something in there, kind of when the premises are to have a private social event after, but not trading on, obviously not trading under the premise licence, the police will be notified how many days in advance. Does that make sense? Yeah, something like. I'll open up to suggestions. It's just kind of just off the top of my head how it could be worded.
It was a few days before Christmas, wasn't it, Nathan, we met with you? So I think you made an example of that, but it's just going forwards. Just make sure it's clear and there's no...
Yeah.
There's clarity, that's all.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, I've got no further questions.
None from me.
Now I'm going to open it up to the panel for questions. So, Councillor Fern, if you could start, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Nathaniel. Do you know what the 4 licensing objectives are?
Prevention of crime, safety of children, I believe. Sorry, I'm not on the spot, I'm not thinking straight. It's prevention of crime, safety of children. I know there's another 2, I can't remember. There's one more extra in Wales, I know this. I just can't, off the top of my head, I can't.
Let me just remind you. So it's the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, the prevention of public nuisance and protection of children in harm. That's what we work to. That's what we base our decision on today. You know, we hear the evidence both sides, but that's ultimately what we're looking for. You know, would we feel that, you know, our residents, people of Medway, be safe coming to your premises and everything else? That's why I asked you that question. So I did have a few questions for you, but some of them have sort of been asked as we've gone along around the CCTV. You know, my concern around the timing, which I'm glad that you resolved that very quickly. It's pleasing to hear. And as I mentioned when I asked PC Hunt, the fight that you broke up, you know, fantastic. You know, you've done the right thing. You know, can't you know, have any issue with that. What does concern me is the drug use potentially inside of the premises. Did you know that was going on?
No, not until day. Well, I knew there was an issue, and I feel that drug use is in every pub. My idea is now to prevent it. I have got cameras in the toilets. As was stated earlier, I hadn't fitted a week ago. We've got a drug plan in place. I've now done training in spotting people who may be on substances, and I feel door staff will be a big deterrent on weekends.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, it just seems to be from the evidence we've heard today that the issue are the sort of regulars that potentially, you know, you say that you've barred from the premises now. You know, I think that seems to be the issue. So in the future, I mean, you say you've undertaken this training, you're going to share this training with your staff and with like your partner and everybody else. So, you know, what will you do if something like that happens again? You know, if you're given some sort of evidence or tipped off that, you know, something's going on, you know, how are you going to deal with that? You know, what reassurances can you give us as the panel that you're now going to appropriately deal with that before anything escalates?
So I don't understand the question, sorry, you just clarify.
So if it comes to your attention in the future, say that today we say, okay, we're not going to do anything, we're going to let you retain your licence, how are you going to deal with any future issue that may arise?
So are we, like, let's say, I catch someone doing coke, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, or you're told, one of your regulars is...
Yeah, I'd just bar them, I'll be honest with you. I haven't got time or the means to muck about anymore.
If I may add on, Councillor Fern, I think the barring on the regular customers that when obviously came to light on the 17th of November, kind of the trigger event was called for review, I would like to send out a message to those individuals. Now look, as Nathaniel was quite right, and nobody in this room is disputing, we're not going to stop drugs entirely. They are everywhere, but as we know, it's about the premises doing their due diligence. And I think given the relationship, which I appreciate it's probably a bit of a tricky situation, because obviously we're in this review, PC's asking for the family to remove the DPS, but there are bits within it where obviously obviously PC Hunter has quite said, look, that he's personable, he's approachable. So I think it's maintaining that relationship. And if there is a tip-off or Nathaniel sees drugs being taken, well, first of all, the bar, second of all, making the police aware. And it's about keeping that line of communication open. I know that one of the conditions which are going on the licence is staff training, that has to be refreshed every 6 months. So obviously, and we, on behalf of the licence holder and Heineken, will assist Nathaniel and Charlotte with that training and kind of refresher training around signs to look out for. And there is a drugs policy to go into place. And as Nathaniel said, CCTV now on the toilets. Yeah. CCTV's gone into the toilet. There is a drugs policy. There are drug notices in place. So it is about the due diligence and the deterrent. And I think for new lighting as well. So I think with those measures, but as Nathaniel said, if there is any intel or any signs of drugs taken or anything, it's to obviously politely or deal with the customer, but also to bring it to the police attention. And I think having the door staff as well on those kind of peak times, shall we say, will assist as well in that process.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to sort of follow on then, so in terms of the protection of children at harm, obviously we've seen evidence of underage drinking or sale of alcohol to underage. Again, you know, same question, you know, how are you going to deal with that? How are you going to prevent that?
Yeah, there's a Challenge 25 policy. It's going onto the licence as a condition, so breach.
Can I just say, there's been Challenge 25 policy for a long, long time now, so that clearly wasn't followed during that period of time.
No, look, I think Nathaniel and Charlotte wholeheartedly admit that, look, there have been mistakes made with this. Obviously, no underage person should be sold. The checks weren't carried out. But I think it's really come home to Nathaniel and Charlotte, look, this is the situation. And with that staff training and the regular kind of contact with PC Hunt and kind of working together on that, that should negate the need for any further issues with that. Yeah. Is that better?
Just to add something to that point, with our partnership with Nathaniel as a tenant, we work with an external agency, and on several occasions through the year, we send someone into the premises as a mystery shopper type thing, but not checking retail standards. It's checking they're adhering to the challenge policy that's in place, and then we get a report sent back to us, whether that's a pass or fail, and then we can follow up with Nathaniel when we get that report. So that will also be in place to assist.
Okay.
It's with a third party called Serve Legal. Yeah. So they send somebody in who's over 18 but it looks borderline. So and that's something that myself and Luke have always spoke about, that will need to be taken.
So following on from that then, Luke, there's perhaps a question to you, Luke. In that sense, so you do that, which is great. You know, I think that's only a positive, and that's good.
Sure.
It's pleasing to hear actually for us. You know, to adhere to these licensing objectives. Was you aware of any of these events that had taken place, the visits from the police since 2020, as you know, in your position, or I know you're the business development manager.
Yes.
So, but as the brewery, you know, were they aware of these issues, and did they offer any support to Nathan and Charlotte?
Well, so I've been the business development manager since the beginning of 2022 for the site. So before then, no, but
okay. So the issues in 2023, then, was you aware of any of them?
not until the first point I was aware was in November this year, and then we've been supporting since then. So before that, no. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, George, but I think the letters sent to us as the premises licence holder, I don't think they were actually received, which was why there was no response.
Okay. Right, fine, thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Councillor Hooker-Scott, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I did have 3 questions, but Challenge 25 was one of them. So the 2 questions was your side of the mental health episode, please, Nathaniel, and your commitment to training and development is my second question.
Okay. What would you like to know about the mental health? Just what happened?
From your perspective, yes, we've heard from PC Hunt
Okay.
that it was fuelled by illicit drugs, cocaine,
Okay.
and your solicitor alluded to that there was another perspective on this story.
I would agree. Yeah, okay. So, I think the nut car's name was Jack. He came in, I'd say about...
Sorry.
Oh, am I not allowed to do that?
Chair, do we need to go to closed?
I could just not say his name, it's fine. Yeah.
If I may as well, just to interject, we're not disputing the circumstances around what PC Hunt has included that on the review papers. It's just to add a bit more information to it. So, yeah, please, we're not...
So I had a gentleman come in, probably about 10 o'clock. He would have come in, had a double JD and Coke. I served him. Would have had a cigarette, I imagine. Enjoyed the live band. Would have had another one, probably about 10 minutes after, of another JD and Coke. All seemed fine. Closing time came. Everyone was out. Probably about 20 past 11. I went to the toilet. He was in there. I was like, mate, we've got to get going. He was like, yeah, all right, I'll get going. I was like, okay, cool. Went back in. I don't want to bother anyone. It was just me and another gentleman in the bar who works the bar at the time. I said, I'm going to go and try and get this guy out the toilet because he's taking forever. He said, all right, mate, I'll wait here. I went to the toilet and he's, the only way I can describe is he's gone from 0 to 1,000 in no time. Asking me if I'm after him, if I'm going to beat him up as he leaves the pub. I've got people waiting for him. Threatening me with a bud ball. And I'm just, I'm a bit gobsmacked, to be honest with you. I'm like, all right, okay. I said, let's talk about this. Let's see where this behaviour's come from. Because I don't know the guy. I can only assume at that point he's having an episode. So we probably backwards and forwards for, I'd say, half an hour, trying to convince him not to hit me with a bottle. I'm not trying to attack him, and then convincing him not to stab himself with the bottle in the throat, which is what he's threatened lastly. I've then now convinced him to let me ring the police for assistance. This is probably 12:30, so I'm over my licence. He should have been out a long time ago, you know what I mean, if I'm honest. Yeah? But I don't feel throwing him out to the wolves, dragging him out would be the right move, because he's obviously asking for help. I then spoke to the police operator. We spoke as a threesome, me, the gentleman in question, and the lady on the phone, on loudspeaker. They then said they would come up as soon as they can. I asked the lady to stay on the phone, I'll be honest with you. She didn't have any time, so she couldn't. I'll be honest, I'll be scared. You know, he's a big guy, and he's waving a bottle around. I don't want him to hurt himself or myself. The police probably took their sweet time. You know, it was a while. It was a while, I don't know the exact time. But when they came in, I was essentially, guys there, I had to stand in the doorway because he didn't want to talk to the police straight away. So they would talk to me, I would talk to him, and I eventually managed to coast him out to the smoking area where we could all talk freely and he could have a cigarette. And the police managed to get hold of his mum, and we managed to get him home. And then he went to hospital via home, I believe. I don't know any more after that.
So he's not one of your regular clients?
No, I don't even know the guy, to be honest with you.
customers.
But I'm not going to leave someone like that. You know what I mean? It's just not fair, is it? He was asking for help.
Okay, the next was your commitment to development and retraining.
Yep.
Obviously, Councillor Fern asked you for the standards, and you know, it's hard to recall them, but what do you think you've learned from the retraining that you've had?
Well, I've done quite a few certificates now. I'll be honest, the one I was most interested in was the drug one, because I personally don't touch them. And I've never associated with friends that do either. So, I mean, finding out what happens to you when you're on it, it was very interesting. And I bought a whole CPO training package so I can have myself and I can add staff members as we go on. So they'll have the exact same training I have.
Thank you. And finally, obviously, I noticed from the map you do have a designated smoking area. However, smoking and vaping's been going on inside, which contravenes decades of law. Could you just make a comment about that, please, Nathan?
Yeah, of course I can. Smoking has happened. Yeah, correct. I didn't know you wasn't allowed to vape in pubs. I was under the illusion that was up to whoever ran the place. Am I wrong? Does anyone know? I was just common courtesy if you just don't smoke. I don't know.
I don't know, but
Nor do I.
I think that it is not generally accepted. I think maybe your representatives and the business would have rules around that rather than the law about it. I know one thing, that in a lot of venues there is no smoking and there is nothing on airlines.
Yeah, of course, smoking is banned, but I mean, in terms of the businesses that operate under a leased and tenanted model with us, it's, you know, we don't control the whole business. It's the tenant's independent business. So it's, I think from vaping, it would be at the discretion of the tenant. But I do agree with you that it's generally frowned upon. You know, I know the general public don't really like to have vaping around them. However, it's, yeah, it's not, as you say, it's not covered in any actual legislation, I don't think.
Thank you, Chair.
It's down to me then, guys. I want to go on to some of the more general licensing conditions that are on this license. And the designated premises supervisor is yourself, Nathaniel. That's correct. And do you understand the conditions that are on the license with regards to music and the noise abatement? This has been on the license that you took over, and the evidence that we've seen is that you're not adhering to it. But can you tell me about the conditions around the license, when music is on for a start, and we'll go from there. Conditions 9 particularly.
Would you read them out? Regulated entertainment, which generally signifies noise is taking place, doors, windows will be kept shut. Recorded or live music is to be set at a level so as not to be, what does it say? Audible at the facade of nearest residential property. Yes, I do. Can I just clarify that the music that Dan Hunt was recording earlier, it was in the garden, it was not indoors. But I do understand what you're saying.
I'm not sure the garden's licensed.
No.
What I would say, Chair, respectfully, is Environment Health are the experts in noise. They're not here. Under the Deregulation Act 2015 and the Live Music Act 2012, those conditions are technically disapplied up to 11 o'clock, meaning that the premises can have music which is audible up to 11 p.m. at night, and I'm sure your legal advisor will advise you on that. However, what I would say is that even though those conditions are disapplied up to 2300, it would be, my advice is always to operators to look to comply with them as best you can. I know that occasion on the 26th of August with the music, it was outside and it was at 7 o'clock at night, which I would say if it's not on a regular basis outside, would be deemed okay. However, what I would also add is that if the local residents were disturbed by the music which was being undertaken at the pub, including on the 26th of August, and Environment Health had issues, then they would have objected and be here today, but they're not.
Sorry, the evidence is that the condition was broken. That's what I'm asking. What I'm trying to get to, and I'll explain the background to my questioning, which I don't really have to do, but I will, is that I'm trying to understand how somebody is going to fulfill the licensing conditions that are laid down, particularly about public nuisance, which I would deem that's causing a public nuisance even if nobody reported it. And there's public safety issues which were brought up on the CCTV. The prevention of crime and disorder clearly did not take place because crime and disorder has taken place on the premises. And now what we're trying to establish is if the person who didn't fulfill the conditions that are already in place, how we can have faith in that going forward. All I'm trying to do is establish that the people who are running this pub for your clients understand their obligations. I understand that they live there. I understand that they're in the community. I understand that they've got a child that for that child's protection, they will, as parents, wish to implement that. I'm giving that as a taken. I haven't asked that question. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to establish if we can have faith. We've had evidence provided to us. We've had the police say they have lost faith, although they have a good running record with this person. So that's why I'm asking these questions. I'm trying to establish how Nathaniel and his partner, Charlotte, can move forward with us on this. I'm not trying to be against anyone.
No, I completely understand that, yeah. If it's, Chair, thank you, Chair. And I think we're both coming from the same place with this. And as I said, from a technical point of view, those noise-related conditions, technically, and Environmental Health aren't in the room, but they are technically disapplied up to 11 o'clock at night. Now, the licensing objective is the prevention of public nuisance. So even though on one side, these conditions are disapplied up to 11 o'clock at night, if the premises are deemed to be causing a noise nuisance, it's immaterial what time that is. I hope that makes sense. From a personal point of view, and an operational stance, yes, I completely agree with you, Chair. It is a case that Nathaniel and Charlotte know the conditions on the licence. I've shared with them the proposal, the new agreed conditions with them. They're fully aware of it. And I think even though that condition is disapplied, as I said, to 11 o'clock at night, and I know the music event on the 26th of August was at 7 o'clock, I would say, and as I said, my advice to all operators is, whilst those conditions are disapplied and you can do your live music outside till 11 o'clock at night, it would be sensible or appropriate to be conscious of your surroundings. Look at the time of when the band is taking place. Look at how often, look at the frequency, look at the levels of music. So I think that is something that Nathaniel and Charlotte are aware of, kind of moving forward for it.
Nathaniel, have you had detailed discussions about this with either your trainers or the people that you rent from?
Yes, I have, yeah.
Thank you. The training that you've received, is it a recognised training company that is providing it?
One of us can. Well, do you want to?
It's through a provider called CPL, so it's a training platform that we make available to all of our tenants, and there is free access to modules on CPL, or the tenant can take the option of paying for an annual licence for CPL, which gives access to a greater number of modules, and that's what Nathaniel has done. He's taken out the paid-for licence to gain access to all the modules, and that licence gives access for him and for all of his staff members as well. So I suppose, in short, it is a recognised provider in a company called CPL.
So it's an online app?
It's an online training course,
Okay.
and within your supplementary documents,
The certificates there.
yeah, so there are all the now look, obviously we appreciate proof will be in the pudding. It's all right having policies and undertaking the training, but it is about implementing that. But I would say it is a good start to resolve the issues and to work with the authorities to restore the ship.
Right. Now, you mentioned, sorry, I'm trying to question Nathaniel about this. Nathaniel, can you list the proposed conditions that I think were referred to as the agreed conditions, because we haven't imposed them. They might be some.
Absolutely, Chair, yeah.
So, Nathaniel, if you can just assure me, and maybe I have a question for Charlotte after that.
Okay. So we've got CCTV here, staff training, DPS to be on personal license holder to be on site at all times. Door supervisor, SAA, to be on site Fridays and Saturdays when live entertainment is on. Incident log. Drug policy, challenge 25. That's, well, that's,
For the local residents.
Oh.
They were asked for by PC Hub, but we just thought...
oh, yeah, I've got a local residents hotline here.
Right. And is this,
If I may, Chair, as well, just briefly, there is also a condition which we propose, and it's been agreed between PC and ourselves, obviously subject to you yourselves. On a Friday and Saturday night from 8 o'clock, the premises will implement a dress code policy. Because looking at the CCTV footage, those times, the 17th of November, for example, that was a Friday night. So I just think with the dress code, with the door staff being on duty on those times and those days, it would be quite good for the door staff to implement that policy. So that's the only additional one as well.
okay. So we'll have door staff 2 nights of the week. Right. You're undertaking training. And the music events, the door staff will be on any other nights that you have music events as well, or only designated on Fridays and Saturdays, if that suggestion is undertaken.
That's what we've agreed, yeah.
And
Fridays and Saturdays, yeah.
And that's what you're hoping for us to impose.
What's been agreed between the parties is that Friday and Saturday, when they have entertainment on, we'll have the door staff. And I think quite useful as well, and it kind of aided with the dispersal kind of points which PC Hunt made, is that when the door staff are on duty, they will remain on duty until 30 minutes after close. So to aid with customers dispersing. Now look, I appreciate when the doors are closed, if customers, typically if they just want to stand in the street, and it's very limited, but at least having that door staff present 30 minutes after it closes, it should aid with dispersal. Furthermore, on the door staff condition, we have proposed and agreed with PC Hub that at all of the times, the DPS will risk assess the need for door staff. So if there is a music event on, I don't know, a bank holiday Sunday, for example, then Nathaniel will risk assess the need for the door staff. If he gets intel from PC Hunt that, look, you've got this event booked, or we've had a bit of an issue in the town centre, we would like to, he can take that into consideration and we'll assess whether it needs door staff. So that kind of the cognizance of having the police advice, that is how it's been proposed. So Friday, Saturday music, door staff, all of the times they'll risk assess the need for the door staff.
So you have music every Friday and Saturday night?
I'd say most.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to assess
Yeah, I'd say most, yeah.
when we have door staff, when we can expect that there'll be door staff on.
Yeah.
And obviously all music events are advertised in advance, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah.
Okay, and about the public nuisance, which we've witnessed, and the hanging about and stuff like that, you're hoping that the door staff will be enough for that to not happen? Or do you have some other ideas in mind that might help us? I'm struggling here to understand how we're going to end up with a load of barred people and we're going to turn around the prevention of crime and disorder if we aren't confident that at least on Friday and Saturday nights, always we're going to have door staff.
I think the reason for the request for the door staff condition for Friday, Saturday to apply for live and recorded music is that, for example, the 17th of November, the trigger event, there was the 40th birthday party. Is that correct? No, but what I'm saying is, so that one, because it's not got music, but it would fall under, right, it's a party, Nathaniel would risk assess the need for it. From speaking with PC Hunt, it feels like the Friday, Saturday with the door staff and the entertainment, they are the nights when obviously the number of customers increase and come through the door, and obviously with more customers through the door, there is the chance of issues. When there's not the music on a Friday and Saturday night, it doesn't seem, or there's not a party. If it's a normal trading Friday, Saturday night, chucking down with rain in the middle of January, it doesn't feel like they are the problem nights. And I think that's been discussed between PC Hunt and ourselves.
I admit that we're all trying to do fairness here, but the facts of the matter is that the crime and disorder didn't happen just on Fridays and Saturday nights, and it didn't happen on music nights, and the late night drinking wasn't just limited to those nights. So what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is, how can I have faith, and how can the panel have faith that there are so many incidents that we have evidence of that we are now turning a corner. But I think what we'll do is we'll go and we'll assess the answers we've been given. And I'm taking that what your representative is saying on your behalf is what's going to happen, and that you're wholly in favour of that. And Charlotte, I'd like to ask you, have you undertaken any of the training yet, or are you in discussions with Nathaniel about it?
I will be doing it. We've set up that I've got a profile now, and I'll be starting doing it later today.
Excellent. Thanks very much for your
No worries.
contribution. So I think what we'll do now is if there's any questions that need to be asked by anybody else, we'll do the summing up, and then we'll. Have you got any questions for any of the parties? Nobody else any more questions? We'll do our deliberations, and we will give a written response.
If I may, I don't know whether I'll offer the same to PC Hunt, but do we get the chance to sum up briefly?
Yes, if you want.
Yeah, I don't know whether. Actually, sorry, I'll do it fairly. My understanding is that the applicant for the review goes last. Is that I'm trying
That's
to,
right.
Yeah. I'm not trying to be awkward. I'm not. Yeah.
Either way, I'm happy if you want to do
Well,
your summing up.
If I may just add a couple of points, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Chair, or we're along the right lines, where you said the police have lost faith in Nathaniel, but do have a good relationship. They've said the DPS and Charlotte are personable and approachable. I think it's clear from all of us here, but especially Nathaniel and Charlotte, they hold their hands up. There have been failings, there have been mistakes. It is a challenging pub in a challenging location. They are, as I said, they are from the area. They know the pub better than anybody. They bar those individuals from the 17th of November. And I would say, well, as I alluded to earlier, and I'll keep this brief, that the training and policies, it's all very well and okay what's written on a piece of paper, but it's about putting that into practice and implementing it. And I would say that obviously the trigger event on the 17th of November, the review was issued on around the 25th of November, and since then Luke's been involved, we've been involved, the door staff have been in place, we've agreed, I would say, the proportionate and appropriate conditions with the police, albeit I do respectfully understand that they are down to your determination. As I've said on the music, it is not our area of expertise. Environmental health aren't here. Local residents, I think the majority of local residents enjoy being in the pub. It is a very local community pub. Last night when I went in, it was clear to see. And in terms of the reduction hours, point which PC Hunt has made, again I quote PC Hunt where he says, on reflection, the authorised hours aren't the problem. I think it's the appropriate and proportionate response to address the causes of concern instigated for this review, or the implementation of the new conditions to go on the licence, and to give Nathaniel and Charlotte a second chance at running this pub, which they have done since 2016, and as I said, they live above sight, and I think I could go on for much longer, repeating myself, so I will leave it there, but I would respectfully request that you determine for Nathaniel to remain as the DPS on the premise licence. Thank you.
Thank you. PC Hunt?
Yeah, thank you. I've just got some very, very quick bullet points. It's not as long as my previous one, I promise. So, just in regards to the trigger incident, just a reminder, Chair, that whilst it's only my opinion, that's the worst reaction I've ever seen to an operation of that nature in the time that I've been doing licensing, which is 6-7 years. In relation to the public representations that you've got, the anonymous one, I would just ask that you give weight to that. I know you will, but just ask that you give weight to that also. Just a reminder, Chair, of the obviously the suspected drug activity that we encountered on the 17th of November, along with the readings from the drug wipes and the iron trap readings as well, all showed a positive indication for cocaine. It goes without saying that the underage sales are unacceptable. It further goes without saying that the alleged or the confirmed lock-ins and after-hours activity and the selling of booze without the licence or not in accordance with your licence, again, is unacceptable. And both of those things must stop today, regardless of whether we have a new DPS or whether Nathaniel stays. They must stop. They're unacceptable. And I appreciate that you've chucked yourselves on the sword and have held your hands up and have accepted wrongdoing on those parts. So it's really just a question for yourselves, Chair, from the way we see it is, yes, we've agreed the conditions between ourselves. We do feel that they are a compromise and do go some way to promoting the objectives. It's just a question that we'd ask to be in your hands as to whether or not you feel the DPS should remain or whether the DPS should be changed.
Thank you, PC Hunt. I can request that you leave the room now and we'll give the decision in writing. So. Firstly, thanks for waiting. Sorry, the other event took a little bit of time. We'll go through sort of what's going to happen. The licensing officer is going to briefly outline the application, and then you, the applicant, or your representative speak in support of your application and call any of your witnesses. And the objectors then ask their representatives and witnesses questions. So if we can go through then we'll, at the end, as the panel, we ask you questions. And after that, we'll ask if there's anything you wish to add to it. So if we can start, can I ask the licensing officer? Oh, hi, Helen. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. On the 6th of November 2023, we received an application to vary the premises licence for Amala, Buka at 365 High Street, Rochester. The consultation period had to start again on the 4th of December as the application was not advertised in the newspaper. We received 2 representations on the 4th of December from members of the public. This was in relation to 3 of the licensing objectives: the prevention of crime and disorder, protection of children from harm, and the prevention of public nuisance. You can find these representations at Appendix B and C. No agreement has been reached. Therefore, this application has now come to a hearing for the licensing panel to make a decision on the outcome of the application. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are you the applicant? Do you want to speak for yourself?
Sorry, Mum. Oh, okay. I know it's working. It's not good. Sorry. Yeah, I am the applicant.
Sorry, you want to speak in support of your application and explain to us why you're making it and whatever you want to say, basically.
Well, I've put in the application to... Okay, I think I'll wait till the end when you ask me questions because I don't know where to start.
Oh, that's fine. You can just turn off your mic. We'll come back and at the end when you want to say something. So just turn off your mic.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you witnesses for the applicant or for the objector? You're the objectors.
You me? Yeah, I put in the objection to the application.
Sorry, Chair. The appropriate time to ask the applicant questions, if the objectors have any, is at this stage. So I know she hasn't said anything, but this is their opportunity to ask her any questions.
If the objectors, as their representatives, can ask the questions of the applicant now.
Okay, this is my first time as well, Esther, don't worry, we're all in this together. So I'm also unsure of what the sequence is. So I've been contacted by a constituent, and I think while they want to make it very clear that they're very supportive of local businesses thriving, because nightlife is very, as part of the intra-stretch, it's part of the kind of DNA of the culture there, so they're very supportive. What they're generally concerned about is the lateness of the opening hours that you have requested, because there's already a lot of bars and pubs in that stretch, and they're already experiencing antisocial behavior, vandalism, damage to properties, public urination. The alleyways are where people go in, people are using drugs, and things like that. So there is a general concern that such a late opening hour and serving alcohol so late will exacerbate the problem. And the resident who has spoken to me says she's autistic. She lives, I think, right next door to the property. There's another neighbor who's got young children, so it's about the impact on young children, especially when you have live music or playing very late at night. They're concerned about the effect on people's health and well-being and how safe it is for children in such an environment. They also kind of say that they're not sure if you have toilet facilities within your premises, so people might spill out late at night onto the streets and relieve themselves, which they're already seeing this, so this might be another issue. If you could just clarify what your thoughts are on that and what you can do to mitigate that, that would be really good. There is no soundproofing as well in the venue. I think they have experience of loud music coming from your venue previously, which has gone on really, really late and has disturbed local residents. And I think the issue is that it's a small venue, and when you use amplifiers and speakers inside that venue, just the magnitude of that volume is quite high. So perhaps you could reassure them about the loudness of the music and how much it would be amplified. Have I got it all? I think that's pretty much all of it, right? Yeah. And then there's a general question, I don't know, it might be for the panel. They said if the license to extend the hours, if it stays, and they said that that particular venue has had businesses come and go. So what happens if a new establishment is open there? Will they then already have access to the license that's in place? Those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So, based on the, like I've spoken to some of the residents, they've gotten in touch with me, and I've made them aware that the event that I'm coordinating is just twice a month. And because I've put the residents into consideration, because I know that people live there, but then I've got a business there as well, and I want the environment to flourish and be conducive for myself and the residents as well. So I've picked twice a month, which is the first Friday of every month and the third Fridays of every month, and is between the hours of 8 p.m. and 1 a.m., just like I've stated in the application. So one of the events that we've held in the premises, one of the tenants got in touch, and then she said, "Can you please reduce the music?" There was no amplifier; it was just a piano. So, and we did shut the door, and the music was, back to the minimum. But when customers are leaving, going home, they have to go through the door, just like the, you say objectors or whoever has objected to the application, they know that when customers open the door leaving, they would hear a bit of noise, and once the door is shut, there is no longer noise. And yes, there is toilet in the building for the customers. I know when people take alcohol, they misbehave, or I can say, and I have few video footage on our website, that we have mature customers, family, husband and wife that just want to have a quick nice time, go back home and resume work the next day. So they're not really customers that would wait on the street, that would drink over the limit, because we have car park, which you're fully aware that customers park. And, I've had police on the premises to check what's going on. There's never been a problem. So I would not say that my customers are the problem that, the residents are facing, because they don't behave in such a way that, that is the complaint, which that is the issue that we're looking to get rid of, if that's the right word. So I haven't had an event for the past 2 months, going to 3 months. The issue is still there. I have my customers coming in, patronizing me till 11 p.m., but still,
there is no issue for my customers. There hasn't been nuisance from my premises that is constituting the issue that you're complaining of. So just like I've spoken to the residents, like yourself, Charlie and stuff, I don't think you've made a complaint and I've not done something about it. It's just one time, and I did something about it immediately. So in as much as I want the residents to be comfortable in their environment, I live there as well. I live in Rochester. I wouldn't want constant nuisance on a daily basis. So to help my business and to help the residents as well, I pick just twice a month and I space it out just so it's convenient for everybody. So and I hope we can reach an agreement so the community is alive, and I appreciate that there are other businesses there as well. I just hope that they can accept me and what I want to do, and hopefully it works for everybody else and as well as myself. And if there is a potential issue in future, we can still have a gathering like this to discuss it and see how we can sort it out. Thank you.
It's your turn to ask the objectors questions now, if you want. Did you have other questions for the applicant? Yeah. But you didn't ask them. Do you want to keep them till when we have the summing up question? Yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
No. Sorry.
So, Chair, at this stage, my understanding is we are now at the point of the applicant being asked questions.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that there are further questions.
Further questions, yeah.
So those should be asked at this stage. After that, it will be for the objectors to outline their objections, and then the applicant can ask them any questions, as can the panel.
Oh, that's okay. So I think my question is just, so you're saying you only plan on having events every other Friday, but from what I saw on the application, it seemed like you were looking to extend open hours for live music across the week and some days until 3, it seemed to say, on the application. So I just wanted to clarify that. And also, you said there was no amplification of the music. So the music has been quite loud. So when you say it's a piano, what kind of speaker system is it that it's like being used on? Because it was quite loud when we'd witnessed it before.
So is the piano, and obviously whoever is singing out through the piano speaker. So that's what you've heard. Hence the reason why we shut the door. You couldn't hear anything, because if it was loudspeakers, yeah, you would hear something outside, even if we shut the door. And in terms of the opening hours, I don't intend to have parties every week, because it's just not, it's not what I want to do. It's just just twice a month, just like I've stated, every first Friday and every third Fridays. And in terms of the open hours, I was hoping that I could sell food later, because the current license does not permit me to sell food until, I think, after 10:30 p.m. So I do have customers that have been in the restaurant before 10:30. I have to allow them grace to finish, and I shut at 11. So that's the that's the intention. So I don't intend to have parties I've got kids, I need to go home too. So I don't intend to have parties on a daily basis or every other weekend, or to have nuisance, because I know there is the kebab shop, he serves till food till 2. So that's what I intend to do, just to be able to do just eat delivery room and
Uber Eats. And if customers want to walk in, pick up the food, they can walk in and pick up the food, because it helps my business and it helps the community as well in terms of, because people go to work, they go to work, come back late at 10 p.m. They don't want to cook. They need somewhere to, to buy something really quick. And since I've been restricted, I have to be honest, I've had customers calling at 11 saying, can you please, please, please? But I can't because I have to abide by the rules. So in as much as I'm trying to accommodate your request, I have a business to run and I have customers that want my services, which I'm looking to meet the service because you might need my service one of these days. So, that's just what I intend to do. Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Esther. That's really helpful. So can I just clarify, you are only going to have events every other Friday, and that's when you want the 3 a.m. limit for the music. Is that right? No, 1 a.m. for the music. And rest of the time, you do want to serve food till late. That's 1 a.m., 3 a.m.?
I think the 3 a.m. on the application is due to my not having much experience in filling. So I intend to leave the premises by 3 a.m. because I have to clean up, for the next day. So I intend to serve food between, to finish serving by 1, 2, just to accommodate people, nurses, doctors, whoever that's finished work late. So I don't intend to have parties till 3 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you do have, on the days that you don't have parties, when you're just serving food and alcohol as normal, will you still have music playing indoors?
No. Have you heard music? No.
No.
I don't even own a speaker in the restaurant. It's just a TV where just there is no music.
And what happens in summer where your door will be open to your patio area? Because that might be a bit loud for residents.
Well, we were open in summer and there was no issue because people just sit outside and eat there because I was open in July and there was absolutely no issue. I clean up on a daily basis. There is no littering. So, and it gets cold later at night. People don't want to sit outside. So, yeah.
Okay. Panel, if the opening hours that Esther requires are different from what's on the application, can that somehow be reflected? Because otherwise the license can be used to open and play music and serve alcohol till 3 a.m., though that's not Esther's, requirement. Thank you.
Any other questions from the objectors? No. Okay. I move to the panel then, if I may. Councillor Harkness. Thank you.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear in my own mind, music will only be played the first Friday and the third Friday of every month.
Yeah.
And that will stop at 1 o'clock, not as it says in the paperwork, 3 o'clock in the morning.
No. So, because due to my lack of experience on the previous license that I read to my understanding is got premises can be open till such a time. So I felt that's when I could be in the building till. So I have to do cleaning for today, so, but then I could be there till 3 a.m. depending on the type of how busy that day is. That's what I meant by opening to that time, because I'm going to be in the building but not serving customers at 3 a.m. because I have to clean up because we open at 11.
Okay, so what definitive time are you going to stop serving food, please?
So just like I said to Helen, I intend to stop serving food at 1. And if I have parties as well, I hope to be able to finish and stop the music by 1. And then customers leave, we start cleaning up, and then we exit the premises 2
a.m., 3 a.m. max, everything is done. Thank you for that clarification. We've heard from the objectors that there's been some urination and some noise outside. Do you have a plan, if they are your customers, of how you're going to tackle that?
I've always put their interest are high, and my customers, like I just mentioned, have never behaved that way, which she's fully aware. So the really mature customers, the older people, the working class people, they leave I speak to them, leave the premises quietly, which they do, straight from the restaurant into the car park, take their cars and leave. So I've always, another thing that I've started doing is I've done notices in the restaurant saying, can you please leave quietly? And then I make sure that they park in the car park and they come out from the door that leads straight into the car park, jump in their car and leave. And there are signs that says that they have to leave the car park at such a time because we need to lock the gate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Byrne, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So perhaps we can just run through the application then, because for me it's not very clear. So if we can just take each part as it is, because it sounds like we might want to make an amendment to what you've actually put in. Is that fair? Okay, so in terms of the first part, recorded music, you've said, what is your plan, recorded music? Is it the same Monday to Sunday, or do you want to vary it out with Saturdays and Sundays to be a bit, Fridays and Saturdays to be a bit later?
So looking at the application, my own understanding of recorded music is what's on TV. So because I sell food, so I have a small TV. You've been in the restaurant, you've seen I have a very tiny TV. So with no speaker, sometimes customers don't want noise, they just want to eat, but the TV is on YouTube showing music. So I believe that's pre-recorded music, so that is on a daily basis.
So you want that from 11 until 1 all of the time, so Monday to Sunday?
Yeah, because the TV is on.
So in your application at the moment, you've gone 11 till 3, and I think that's why perhaps there've been the objections. So that's just the confusion. So if we were to amend that, if we were to grant you a licence today and we said, okay, recorded music can be 11 until 1, you would be happy with that?
I would be grateful.
Or not, because you want your 2 o'clock on...
Oh no, there's nothing going on at 2 o'clock because I'm doing cleaning with whoever is helping.
So 11 until 1,
yeah,
Monday to Sunday is sufficient. You'd be happy with that?
Yeah.
So okay, so move on to the next part then. So the performance of dance. So you've put 8 in the morning until 2 in the morning. So almost that's what you've put in your application. And then on Sunday you've got 8 until 1. So I assume you want similar times really to the recorded music.
Yeah, because people are dancing when the music is going on.
So you'd be happy again if for the dance, if we was to grant your application at your licence today, 11 until 1 also? Yeah. Okay. In terms of the late night refreshments, you would stop serving at 1 a.m?
Yeah.
So we could amend that 3 o'clock to 1 a.m?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And supply of alcohol, we could limit that until 1 a.m. as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. I'm happy with that, and that's clarified it. I think that was the issue for me, and I think that goes a long way to sort of address some of the issues. I mean, some of the issues we've heard are fairly standard for all establishments, and we know the issues in Rochester with other premises, but okay, I've not heard of anything with your premises at all, so no, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Councillor Fern has actually asked my questions, so you'll be thankful to know that. We've come to the place now. Sorry, Councillor Scott, you've got other questions, have you?
I've got a question to the objector, if that's possible. Oh, okay.
all parties can ask questions now.
So, no, at this stage, the objector can now outline their objections if they still have any.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so in terms of your clientele, they've been very well behaved. I think our objection is sort of the street itself has a lot of issues, and if for any reason you were to leave the business, someone else to take it over, those open hours would stay on the licence. I don't know what clientele might come in, but I don't know if that would be taken into consideration at this stage. I've got no objection. I don't think anyone's got objection to you serving food until 1 in the morning. Like you say, other businesses along there have late opening for food. Our real objections are about the live music events. And if you're saying you'd only want those every other Friday and you take steps to mitigate the noise, then I wouldn't have any objections to that. But then I'm wondering, does the licence need to have that all week if it's only going to be on Fridays? Could the licence just have that on Fridays and maybe Saturdays to give you room to extend it? And then for the rest of the week, there's no possibility of like live music until 1 o'clock in the morning. Is that possible?
We need to confirm what the applicant's actually asking for. Yeah. So, I made space. So. Like I said, I'm asking for first Fridays and third Fridays to, to be able to do what I need to do. If I'm given any other grace, I won't misuse it because, I've put everyone into consideration. I live in it. The business is in the neighborhood, and I want everyone to be happy. So if she's happy for me to have Saturdays, I don't have anything planned for Saturday, but maybe once in a while somebody's coming, someone might have birthday party, I don't know, but yeah. So, but I'm happy with Fridays, first Fridays and third Fridays. So if I have the grace for maybe 1 or 2 Saturdays, I don't mind. But yeah, thank you. Just to be clear, whether it's the third, Friday and Saturday would be about live music. And the rest of the week, we're only licensing you to serve food till 1 o'clock with no live music. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
With the exception for non-standard days like bank holidays?
Just so I'm clear, so no live music on bank holidays. Just. I've never thought about that one. I've never thought about that one. So, I've never thought about bank holidays. So I was just more into the weekend. So
So can we just come back in? So when I just run through the clarifications for all those times. So if you're looking sort of Monday to Thursday, then what time do you close on a Monday to Thursday?
you mean presently?
Yeah, presently, and what are you planning to do Monday to Thursday?
So presently I shot at 11.
So 11. So
Yeah.
you don't need that license till 1 o'clock Monday to Thursday.
Okay. So when I first initially started, just like Helen knows, I was there till 1 a.m. because I wasn't aware of, how the license thing worked. So, and I was, customers come in. So, but obviously when Helen came in, she explained how things work and stuff like that. I started obviously dealing, selling as per my license. I've been finishing at 11 p.m. So I'm looking to shop every day at 1 a.m.
Okay.
in selling food and, the drinks.
Right, okay. So it's only the dance, it's only the performance of dance that you want on the Friday and the Saturday?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she wants that till 1 o'clock every day.
No, not every day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the one on
that's right.
TV. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but the application for the performance is only Friday, Saturday, Sundays. Okay. So to be clear then, so if we propose these amendments to your application, so what we would perhaps permit would be 11 until 1 for the sale of alcohol and food every single day, but only performance of dance and sort of party type thing Friday and Saturdays, and then the sale of food and food, alcohol and live music just until 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Now that we have some clarifications around that, has anybody got anything else they wish to add before we go to making decisions on this? Anybody else?
I just want to say, as ward councillor, I'm here to support obviously both sides, your business as well as residents. That sounds like a pretty reasonable compromise, so I'm quite pleased with that. Thank
The panel have no more questions, and none of the parties have any questions. I request that everybody can leave the room now so that we can make a decision, and the legal and democratic officers will remain with us, and we'll probably get you your decision in writing, and as Nicola says, that will happen within 5 working days. Thank you very much for everybody for your patience.
Thank you so much.